Good morning. Just make sure OBS gets the message we're actually live. Good morning, everyone. It is 4 in the morning, and I tried to get some sleep. Actually, was pretty successful at it. We got about 3.5 hours sleep, something like that. Anyway, in the absence of David this morning deciding, you know what, let's do some challenging runway operations. So our first leg is going to be from Casablanca, and we'll head over to Madeira. Then we'll head from Madeira to Gibraltar, and then we'll end it off easy at Porto. So relatively short legs, but figured the best option for the morning. I do actually have a meeting later today at 2. So anyway, we are in the 319, the IAE one, not the CFM, which is what we're usually flying now. And SimReef is already generated. Departure is set for 24 minutes from now. So yeah, morning, John. Power on, batteries on. 1, 2, 3. Probably be out of here. Yeah, we might get billed for being early. I could have easily set New Sky at 20 and still had been fine. These are working right. These are not working the other day when I was flying into Manchester. First time in the 319 in a while. It's been a few weeks. Why are the engines on? Well, they're not on, but it looks like they're on. Alright, Phoenix, tap to import. There we go. Load. Fast. That works. Maybe. I don't know. The engine's pure on, they're not. Right, what is the beach? Alright, let's get that first. Actually, this will tell me. QNH 1020, wind 310 degrees, 3 knots, variable 270 degrees, 350 degrees. Right, 1020. Not wrap up. I have a bit more news about my move to the UK, by the way, which I'll share a little bit later. Alright. Oh, we are not. Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, let's take one of the 35s. Let's take 35, right? That'll be easier to taxi to. That departure works. Alright, so no, that's a useless departure as well. I just had her above 2,000. Useless. You should see some of our departures here in the US. They are very, very useful. Essentially, these tell you, oh, this good direct to this waypoint. You could have just given a fly runway heading takeoff clearance. All right. Anyway, what's the plan from Madeira? Not coming all this way for a straight-in approach. Yeah, no. We'll take the tailwind. Thank you very much. Alright. Anyway, let's go ahead and get this aircraft set up. FMGC init request wind into the wind. Even though we're flying in BA, we are going to be flying also with an aeronaut call sign. 35 Papa. No, we're 39 Lima today. What does SimBrief have the cost index set at? 5. With a cruising of... Surely it's not going to be any higher than 340? Sorry, than 240? How many miles is it? Oh, damn, it's hard. It's 500 miles. Damn, didn't realize it was that far away. 360 is what SimBrief gave me, which I agree with. Alright, departure. Runway 35 right on the Ravel 1 Delta departure. Bravo 1 Delta. Now that's in. Irisland in 3 minutes. What's the takeoff data looking like? Five right. Very, very, very good is the answer. Very, very good. Damn, that's off in what, four maybe 5,000 feet, something like that. If I had to guess, it's going to be more development on the aeronaut thing. You know, JetBridge, you're gonna cause me to require a very extensive inspection of this airframe now, because you decided to move in that very violent way. And look at that, we are gonna be early. Let's do the fuel. 53.2. 30.2. By the way, if anyone, okay, why is my flight not working with my thing? Sorry, just noticed that. Fair. That is very fair. Sorry, my radio panel's not working. My radio panel is... Oh. Is this even connected to the sim? Sim status. Is NewSky connected to the sim? NewSky is. Part of this app has been blocked. You can't confirm who. Okay. Windows security, please stop being an ass. Off. Yes. Maybe it'll work now. I may or may not just have to go without my radio panel today. That is the first time I've ever had issues with my radio panel. It has been quite literally rock solid from the beginning. No, it's not working. Alright, well, at least we're on Unicom. That's the important thing. That is the first time I've ever had issues with that radio panel. And, may I remind you, I built it. So, I mean, I developed the software for it. Okay, kind of. I developed the software for it based on Movie Flight. Otherwise, I'm not going to restart the sim over it. I'll just have to look down and deal with it with my hand. Alright, anyway, in terms of our performance, the numbers were 127, 127, 130. On a flaps 166. On flaps 1, assume temp 66. Yeah. And the good news is that no one's online, so at least I have that going for me. You know, that radio panel, me building that radio panel taught me a lot. And it was a very good move. And it's helped me out a massive amount as well. And it's been rock solid for the most part throughout thousands of flights, or not thousands, but thousands of hours. So I think I have a photo of it somewhere. One of the things I'm going to film probably tonight, actually. Depending on how I feel tonight. I might be completely knackered by the time I get home from work tonight. One of the things I'm going to film is a current setup tour, because I think it's well overdue. Go through basically all the hardware I have, and then explain how everything's changing in 81 days. Alright. I can get those on before it streams at me. We're just putting on an AP at this point. GSX. It's getting scary at this point. Let's put it that way. Though, that's the second application that just completely started, or that completely failed today. That is the second application that has completely failed. I would tend to agree. You know what? Before we get into an accident, let's restart the sim. And we still have 25 minutes before we get build. I can have this thing set up in 10. I think it was a Windows security issue as well, because I I loaded up the PC and Windows Security started saying, oh, we blocked this, we blocked that, we blocked this, we blocked that. So actually, it might be a whole PC restart, but I'm gonna try to avoid that. But I have disabled it now, so maybe it will start working again. Security is only good until security is only good until it prevents people from doing the shit they actually need to do. And that's one of the bigger challenges with security. How do you create a zero trusted environment? Or more accurately, how do you create this environment that is safe and that restricts everything, but doesn't cause issues? And apparently Microsoft got that wrong, which not the first time, won't be the last. In fairness, there's a lot of stuff that's on this PC that Microsoft has every right to flag, because a lot of developers don't develop stuff properly. We're gonna be late now. We're talking about being early, but now we're gonna be late. But whatever. I can have the 319 up in 7 minutes, long enough for the IRS2 line. So I've dealt with it before, but Microsoft also has a reputation for changing settings that they shouldn't be touching. So I think I have disabled a smart app control before, if I remember correctly. Or actually, have I though? Because it might not have been on this Windows installation. So when I was doing a lot of the livery stuff, which I still have like 15 liveries to make, not gonna make them. I had to disable it first thing then. I'm a security guy. I know what to look for. If I notice an issue, I will go ahead and start investigating the issue. I was 20 points away from getting a Network Plus certification, so exactly what I just said. It's good until it gets in the way and prevents people from doing stuff. I feel like David this morning with Thursday's always going to hell. And you know, it's like everything was fine yesterday. So they must have released some kind of definitions update or something within the past day that must have flagged a bunch of stuff. Yeah, there we go. My radio panel's back up and running now. Alright, I can have this thing up in less than 10 minutes. Watch this. If Chase button will work. Which it will. Bottom stuff still loading in. There we go. Boom, boom. Not the right order right now. Don't want to hear about it. Boom. Hang on. UNH 1020. Accept import. Re-import. Better aircraft instant. Net. Quest. Well, you have to. It always has to be 7 minutes because IRS alignment. Wind request. Yeah, IRS alignment in 7 minutes. Though we'll be waiting for that IRS at this point. 13 Lima. Sorry, no, 39 Lima. You know it is failing today. Sim Pro in this M Studio. I've had to press a lot of these buttons multiple times. I wonder if that's just because Sim Pro didn't update. Right. 53.2. 29.1. I feel like those numbers were slightly different, but whatever. Oh, and that's interesting. I have no clue how to do that. Runway 35 right on the that weird departure. ASC maintenance failures. All right. Well, you know, it's only 5 minutes and it allows me to double check everything. So maybe I won't rush it. Flaps 1. Assume temp still 6.6. I'm gonna verify that meter again in a moment. 127. 127. 130. Yeah. Well, at least it gives me a chance to double check everything. Okay. Despite the issues with Phoenix right now, it's very good. So. Oh, may I remind you that we are still technically before our time, and it's 2:04. I mean, we'll be like 2-3 minutes late, and that'll be it. Metar Tef. Site may experience brief downtime around 19. Let's do 2 reasons. Alright. The best place to get your METAR. Aviationweather.gov. It's a US government website. Gets it quickly. No ads. And you can see what you need to see. Temperature 21, wind 27 degrees, variable to 350 degrees, 310, that's 3 at 3 knots. Average. And that was as of 26 minutes ago. Iris alignment in 3 minutes. Go ahead and set our climb at 360. It does, even though you should really just get used to. I gotta be honest, because the decode functions are, they're always so disorganized. I just find it easier just to read the raw data now. And then also, because it's always going to be in a specific order, just 1,000 times easier for me to read the raw data because I know what I'm looking for. So, but it also has the TAFs as well, if you want the TAFs. And you can make it decoded. I don't. Fair. The easiest way to learn, in my view, is through through brute force. So just one day decide never to look at the decoded stuff again, and it forces, and within about a week you'll learn it. So now you might need to look stuff up, but you can look stuff up as long as you don't decode it, or as long as you don't have it decoded for you. Alright, so 1 minute will be good by then. Casablanca traffic, Aeronaut 39 Lima, stand 48, I believe. Push and start now facing south. Casablanca traffic. Fair. One of the few things I'm taking with me, this Moza AB9. This yoke is not making the cut, unfortunately. The Moza is worth its weight in gold, and I spent closer to $1,000 on it. So I'd rather not lose it. And it allows me to keep something. The radio panel I'll bring with me. I'll bring my MCDU and FMC because they're tiny. I'll bring my big PC. I'll bring one of these monitors. Probably bring this tiny one as well because this one will fit my bag easily. Essentially, the news that I have with my move is that I begin to inquire in a few places to live. Nose, right tail, left.
Release parking brakes, please.
Parking brakes released.
Starting push. All engines clear. Start at wheel.
Boom. Ignition start. Gear number 1 first. Pretty much. That's the plan. That is the plan. I have another PC. Well, it's really the same PC. Okay. I have the old, all the bits to the old PC in this other case, and I threw a bunch of shit in it, and some of my projects one of these nights is going to be to finish that up and then sell it on eBay.
Please set parking brakes.
GSX, you suck.
Lock in gear.
You're just gonna leave me there. Wow, GSX. You know, Fry has a saying for it. GSX is a buffoon. In fairness, though, GSX has literally given him a tail strike before. Going fixed price at first, though. If that doesn't work, then I will auction everything off. Because I'd rather get $25 for something that's worth $500 than $0.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass par mode.
It's all gonna end up in rubbish if I don't sell it.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Good, you just got started. Good. $35, right? Yeah, there's not that much I'm gonna. Most of the stuff I'm gonna sell. I mean, the thing that I'm not gonna sell is all my shit, is all my junk cables. Those will just end up in the rubbish. All right. Taxi V Golf Tango 2 or Golf Tango hold Sierra 1. Taxi lights on, turn off lights on. Let's do a flight control check first. Yeah, I won't be driving. Why did I get that? Alright, flight controls. Full up. Full down. Imagine spending the past week in the triple. I'm a little rusty in this. Right. Maps away. Casablanca traffic. Aeronaut 39 Lima. Taxiing now, Sierra 1 for 35 right via Golf and Tango. Casablanca traffic. If only BA used the GE engines. Or sorry, not the GE ones, the CFM. Okay, watch this. We're gonna run into this tug again. That tug is headed straight for us. Excuse me. Alright, before I forget, strobies on, everything on, AP bleed off, APU off. Transponders arm, water brake max. Flops to 1. Well, you do have to remember I am a few updates behind on GSX, but everyone gets behind on GSX updates. When I eventually set up a new sim, I'm gonna build a chair, I think. I'm gonna build a better chair, because a chair that I'll sit in the correct position in all the time. Because this chair is not cutting it. I'm always in the wrong position when it comes to this chair. Casablanca traffic, Aeronaut 39 Lima, lining up now. Runway 35 right. Casablanca traffic. Oh, is it called something different in the UK? It's just called a seat or something. Oh, that's right. That's right. appears to be good. Let me just do my final checks. Everything's on. Right. Just verify that these guys actually been started. Don't want to repeat the thing that happened last week. Alright. Casablanca traffic. Aeronaut 39 Lima, taking off now, runway 35 right on a Ravel 1 Delta departure. Unrestricted climb up to flight level 360. Casablanca traffic. Alright, 127, engine stabilized, flex. And flex 66, SRS screen, auto thrust blue. Forgot how weak these IAs are. 100 knots. B1 rotate. Pause right through it. Yeah, I very much prefer the CFMs. Those things are very, very powerful when you compare them to the IAs. Oh, you prefer the IAs? That's interesting. Casablanca traffic, Aeronaut 39 Lima, airborne passing altitude 2,500 feet. Climbing now, level 360. Final call, Casablanca traffic. Yeah, but when it comes to that takeoff power, though, the extra thrust significantly helps. It's very, very noticeable. And then I'm not gonna lie, I prefer the CFMs as well. That's me though. I forgot how nice the Mesa is. Just from the ground spoilers. Apply this thing up to 10,000. ETA at Madeira 10 Zulu exactly. Yeah, we might not get enough time for a second or for a third leg. I was not expecting this first leg to be so long. No, the G legs, that's fine though. Alright, 10,000 autopilot. Landing lights off, nose lights off, turn off lights off. And we can go ahead and put in the arrival now for Madeira. I've not come all this way for a runway 23 approach. We're taking 05. Thank you very much. We're now to runway 05 from Pilo. Oh, it'll be an easy one today. Damn. The wind's variable to none. It'll be an easy one. Boo. Now what's Gibraltar looking like? You know, Gibraltar, that's gonna be, oh, damn it, that's a 2-7 day as well. That's easy. Boo. I was hoping for a 09. Whatever. Whatever. These challenging runways are going to be not so challenging today. Slightly annoying, but whatever. Not much I can do now, is there? I mean, I could give myself 30 knot crosswind arriving and then switch off flat weather. Now that's an option. I'm not gonna do that. Arrival via RNAV, runway 05. It's RNAV Zulu. Via Porto. You're going to be on the Recu 1 Papa. Recu 1 Papa. There we go. New ETA for Madeira 10:07 Zulu. So you got about an hour and a half. Yeah, fair. What you doing? What you doing, aircraft? I go to put in the arrival. And then put in... I put in the arrival. Then touching that. Don't think I did it anyway. Don't know why you did that. And I also don't know why you're at 250 knots still. You're how much fuel do you? We have 6.3, I think. It's at the top of your screen. Well, I'm off to Madeira from Casablanca, then from Madeira we'll go to Gibraltar. Then I'll probably end it up. I'll probably have to end it off at Gibraltar, to be honest. The initial plan was Gibraltar to Porto, but that's probably not going to happen. This like here's a little bit longer than I expected. So and we're due in at Madeira at 10 Zulu. So in an hour and a half, or hour and 15. But we're in the 319, the slow one. But 319 is a solid aircraft. 319's a good one. I gotta be honest, I think the 319 is nicer to fly than the 321. The 321 looks nice, but the 319 I think is a lot easier to fly. Oh, I don't know if it's easier, but it's certainly a lot better when it comes to smaller and more challenging airports. So whenever I do Madeira, it's usually always in a 319. Whenever I go to Gibraltar, it's always 319. Just does a lot better. Especially if you have especially if you're flying with the CFM engines. Yeah, well, though it is actually a little bit more difficult to slow action, so it doesn't slow quite as fast. It is a bit more difficult to slow because there's not much you can do for drag. So if you're not on top of your speed, you probably need to go a few extra miles. It's a true shame that no one really bought the 319 Neo. That is a true shame. But I mean, I understand it though, because the 319 is already quite fuel efficient from my understanding. And there's really no purpose for the 319 Neo. And then also the physics of it can get very bad or very weird. Any notifications I gotta catch up on? No, not yet, anyway. And of course, what happens the second I depart? Ground comes online the second I depart. Wow. Wow. That's slightly annoying. Yeah, the second I depart, Casablanca ground comes online. Not expecting the ATC into Madeira, unfortunately, but that's fine. I remember, I think it was Ben, Max, and I think we were all arriving into Madeira. And the guy realized we were all insane. The controller straight up realized we all wanted the circle to land approach with wind out of limits. I mean, that was your landing clearance with that one. It was wind out of limits, runway 05 cleared. It wasn't. You didn't even say cleared to land it. You just said runway 05 cleared. It was land your own risk. And that was a gusty wind as well. That was a gusty wind. But it was fun though. But I mean, yeah, we were all insane though. Hey, at least we all got it down. I mean, I cratered it, but we did all get it down in the end. Did anyone else just notice my screen flicker? Not the physical screen, but just the I guess that's the PFD or something. Yeah, the PFD. No, for Madeira, there's only one correct option. There's only one correct option at all times for Madeira, and that is runway 05. Take the tailwind. Even if it's 14 knot tailwind, I'll still just take it. Just fun. Now, if visibility is dog shit, now that's a different question. But as long as visibility is good, then I'll take everything. But visibility is usually where I have my limits, though, because if I can't see the runway, then I'm fucked. But as long as I can see, I can manage the aircraft correctly. I thought I was going to purchase real quickly. I'm going to purchase the Builds Manchester because we're going to be going to Manchester a lot more, considering it's going to be my new home airport. Scenery. Europe. Okay. Yeah. Okay. James, I don't know if you heard, but so I actually never finished putting in my application for BA. Because I decided to wait until I just decided that now wasn't the right time. And then it turned out, and then I found out like 3 weeks ago that I'm not actually eligible for the Class 1 medical, so putting in an application to BA is useless. So. But I never finished. I mean, I started the application, but I never finished putting in. And I'm kind of happy I didn't finish putting in. It means if a company says that they won't hire you, then it kind of closes the door with that company. So, but if a company realizes, but if a company sees it, then there's another thing. There's another thing with that. If you're not certain you meet the eligibility criteria, and you still continue to apply, and then they find out that they don't actually meet the criteria, then that creates even more tension between you and that company, in terms of any employment. So knowing when to stop your application is. Did the stream just disappear for 5 seconds, everyone? I might need to. I will say. Okay. Yeah, OBS gave me in the morning. I think it's an OBS issue because I didn't disconnect from VATSIM. OBS sucks at times. I will say, in terms of software that is the easiest to corrupt, I think that OBS has got to be up there. Just OBS corrupts like every week for me. But there's no other good alternative out there. I mean, even the alternatives to OBS are still based on OBS, which kind of sucks. So, yeah, OBS is not very. It's very easy to corrupt. But anyway, then 3 weeks ago I found out that I'm not actually eligible for the Class 1 medical. Instead, that my reaction time is just way too slow. I mean, it's always accurate, but it's just way too slow. So. Alright, let's see. I'll just go ahead and log into any shit. Let's see here. Can add Manny to the list because the MacOS stuff is out of date. Gonna pass out on Gatwick, I think. And the other one I was looking into, or I was thinking about, is LCY. Damn, these are expensive. There it is. There it is. We're gonna visit LCY one of these days. Damn, $40. $40 in scenery. Ouch. Alright, new stream purchased. I will install that later. I will put this here. So we're estimating Madeira with 6.1 tons of fuel. It's not bad. 6.1, 6.2. I'll estimate it to be at 5.5 then. Which is not really suitable for a diversion, but at that point in time I'll just hop out of the sim and close out the flight. If we have any issues, which we shouldn't. Any updated me, sir? Oh, great. Simbrief's yelling at me. Simbrief's yelling at me. I'll show you why Simbrief's yelling at me. Simbrief's yelling at me for being delayed. Alright, fine. I'll put it in. Fine, I guess I'll put it in. Send delay for 4 minutes. Okay. ADC delay. Alright. Let's see the delay code. Let's see here. Is there a engineering? So I mean, okay, we could go ESM. I mean, that's the most accurate one. Operation. Is there more of an operational one though? We could throw in. Alright, ESM. Alright, delay code. ESM for 0004. Now, some brief notes why we were late. Oh. Bit tired. Then again, it is 5 a.m. Any more traffic I have to worry about? No, not really. It's, there's another aircraft arriving, but they'll be there long ahead of me. What's our optimum flight level? 37. Yeah. What's our minimum fuel for alright, 3.3. That means we have enough fuel for a singular go around. And we have enough fuel for a singular go around then. That's not a lot. What's our diversion field? Golf Charlie Lima. What is that? Is that is that Tilbury? Golf Charlie Lima. Yeah, that's all right. I'm hoping for some ATC, but it won't happen. I have to wonder. Will I have to wonder with Vatsman. I guess this is a question for Seb. Is there like a are there like alerts for when an area is getting really congested and could really use a controller? Are there like alerts, and then people then if anyone's available and if anyone wants to, they could get on? Or is it just absolutely, or is it just people just wake up or like, do I want to control today, and notice there's a bunch of traffic, and like, yeah, I'll control that area. I don't know if any of that made sense. How long until top descent? Top descent in 25 minutes. Then we'll do a descent briefing in about 10. For Baltimore Airfield, we have stopped our development, by the way. We are going to be doing stuff via Vamesis. And I'm going to pay for, actually that's one of those things I need to pay for this morning. I need to pay for Vamesis for the new software. It's not quite New Sky like. There's a lot more to it. I mean, your scoring, you have to configure yourself. Don't really think there's a budget system in there. That said, though, it gives you a lot more data than New Sky. And so we can build out our own budgeting system and whatnot. Or we can build out our own financial system in there, and then it also allows you to post deliveries in there and all that lovely stuff. And then also, I think the UI is a little bit nicer than New Sky as well. Now, it's paid for. So, that's a downside, but $25 per month for software that powerful. Not bad. And then the other benefit for us is it supports both IFR and VFR flights. And obviously for me that'll be a significant benefit. Yeah, exactly. So, actually, I'll go ahead and show everyone the emphasis while we also have a minute. I will say, in order, there's a lot of setup. When I say there's a lot, I mean it's not easy at all. I'll go ahead and turn it up right now. Alright, so this is Vamesis. There's multiple parts to Vamesis. There's Phoenix, there's Hangar, there's Orwell. Hangar's more for files. The main two that I use is Orwell and Phoenix. Then actually beyond that, there's also Pegasus, which Pegasus is the physical application on the computer. But anyway, so you have to add an airport. So for Vamesis, let's say we want to add a route. Actually, I'll go ahead and do this now. So let's say I want to add a route from Gibraltar from Madeira to Gibraltar, which I'm trying not to add a lot of routes. Subs put in most of these. But we're going to be building an API that will allow us to build, or we're going to be building off an API, and there'll be a lot more that we can do. But anyway, in order for me to add a route, it's not as simple as new route. I actually have to go into airports, add the airports physically. So Madeira. You have to add a category if you want to. We'll add Madeira. Let's add. And worth noting, I'm still in a trial of this, but I'm gonna go ahead and I'll go ahead and add a bunch more, or I'll go ahead and pay for it a little later. So actually, I'll pay for it in a few minutes. And then I can come in here and add a route. Just gonna quickly allow me to. I'm just gonna quickly add a way for me to get to Gibraltar, or get to Madeira. Fleets. Oh, first things first. Speak Bravo 1, 2, I think. Wrong place. Yes. 0, 0, 1, 3. Or no, it should be 5, 0, 1, 3. Then you can add a fleet. So we'll make it 319, 321. Actually, Madeira can accommodate 777. Because it can accommodate a 330. Can't accommodate the 777 300, but it can accommodate 777 200. Not easily, but start the return as well. What do you mean? What do you mean it's invalid? Oh, I know the issue. But anyway, this. I'll go ahead and show everyone now. Phoenix. So you come over here into Phoenix. You can make a booking through Flight Center. Book flight map. And it does actually log where you are. So, for example, right now I'm still stuck in Düsseldorf. So if I wanted to get down to Gibraltar, what I have to do first is I need to jump over to Heathrow, or I guess it's Madeira, right? Which is fine, using there's a simple jump button, and then I can jump down to Madeira. And now I'm at Madeira. I'll go ahead and I'll use it for the next leg, actually, into Gibraltar. So, but anyway, so you have to import a lot of stuff. And there's a lot of setup to it, which is annoying, but okay. Now I am curious, what did it do with my pirate? Something. How many points did it give me? Didn't give me any. That's weird. That's interesting. It should have given me something. But it didn't. But anyway, it will give you a lot of information about all this stuff, so it'll give you the meter at the time, it'll give you actually, no, it won't give you the meter at the time, it'll give you the old meter. That's interesting. And then we can, if we want to, we can just simply invalidate it or reject it or whatever we want to do. And then that's a benefit to this new software, but there's also another benefit, and that is you can create your own fuel policies. And then you can also, just like with New Sky, you can. One of the things you can do is generate the OFP automatically, and then also pre-file it from VATSIM. And then, but when you pre-file it on VATSIM, it'll automatically add the CS call sign stuff in the remarks, which is very, very, very nice. Actually, I want to see if there's a way to. So that's why. That's why it never created me on anything. Yeah, I will once it spills out a bit more. Seb and I have a lot of work to do, and we might have a meeting about it tonight. So, it's free for pilots. It is not free for owners of a virtual airline. But the software is called Defamasys, and I'll go ahead and put it in. There you go. Can I pay for it now, or do I have to wait? Subscription can be started 36 minutes and 31 seconds from now. So I'll do it in the next. I'll do it in the next cycle. Now what I will quickly do though is quickly add a route to Madeira, or from Madeira to Gibraltar, that I'll end up deleting later. Note down. Just Bravo 1-5 CMS 00 00 That's 1-5. Limit that one to 319 and 321 ops only. Six. And then we can actually give it another go a little bit later. Alright, let's go ahead and do a descent briefing, since we are 10 miles out from top descent. So we need to be 3,000 level pilum. I'm going to go 3,000 level pilum, not any higher than that. If you at 1,000, but 1,400. Shit. Then yeah, this is the inner circle to land approach, so 2,000 there, then it is visual. So hopefully we're fine, but we may slightly lose sight of the runway. But I mean, we have RNAV, so you know, our minimums are 830, so as long as we have it in sight by 830 feet, we'll be fine. Alright, that works. Arrival. Check, no. Wrong buttons. Next phase. Wind. 300 degrees, 2 knots. Temperature 22. QNH 1020. Baro is 830. You go flaps 3 for this landing. Does that make sense for us to go flaps 3? And in terms of our performance data, I'm going to say autobreak medium is most likely going to be the case. Flex 3. Yeah, I'm gonna get auto medium here. Because I'd rather not have to back taxi for Madeira. Yeah, get auto medium. Then I forgot, Airbus is weird. It doesn't have auto brake full. Or sorry, max auto brake. I could have sworn that one of the 320s had max auto brake. Is it literally just the three? Is it limited to just the A320, or is it all the Neos? So I could have sworn that that only one of them had a max auto brake, but it's been a while since I last had the ability for max auto brake. Is it limited to just the A320? You know I don't fly the A320 at all. A320 is permanently in the hangar because I don't like it. No reason for it. There's a reason for the 320 Neo. There's a reason for the 319. There's a reason for the 321. Not the 320 CO though. Top descent is in 40 miles. Sorry, my bad, 20 miles. They send out to go for level 200 initially. And as we get closer, I might take a direct. I might take a direct to not Pelham, but the one before it. Actually, if I was gonna do that, I probably should do that now. Yeah, take a descent now then. Madeira traffic, aeronaut 39er Lima, beginning descent now, flight level 100 initially. Madeira traffic. Clear direct. Is it Mike Alpha 534? Yeah, it is. Mike Alpha 534. And Madeira traffic, the aeronaut 39 Lima going to turn now direct. Waypoint Mike Alpha 534. Madeira traffic. Speed. Perfect. Looking solid right now. Go ahead and change this to be below first, or below now. And I'll let VNav manage the speed for right now, but I'll take it over by hand. speed-wise, as we pass below 10,000. You know what I like a lot about X-Plane? In X-Plane, you can actually feel you can physically feel the plane descending, and then you can also physically feel the aircraft gaining speed on takeoff. Rather, I kind of feel as if we lack that pretty heavily in MSFS, even with Chase Plane. If Chase Plane could add a much better G-loaded camera, I think Chase Plane would probably become a no-brainer for everyone. We can maintain speed 280 knots for now. Yeah, we can increase our speed to 320 for now, and then I'll pull it back by hand in a little bit. Fine, speed 310. Otherwise we redline it. You know, I've flown on this exact aircraft, this exact A319 before. Actually, it's my first ever flight on our Airbus. It was last year. I skippled Heathrow. Got very, very lucky. Flew on this exact retro BA. It was a massive surprise. I mean, I was looking at flight radar, looking where's the plane at. Let me see if I can't try to watch it land. And they do. But anyway, I flew in this thing. It was a very nice flight. It was a very, very nice big A flight. In terms of 100-year liveries, I think that BA has one of the best, or one of the better ones. I'm also going to say that American probably didn't, or I'm going to say that American didn't really try theirs, at least for the 737. American didn't really do anything special. Then there's another one recently. Lufthansa outdid theirs. When it comes to their 100-year livery, Lufthansa did a real good job with theirs. But American, what the hell were they thinking? When it comes to with that 777 that American did, now that actually looked pretty good. But what on earth? what on earth they're thinking when it comes to that 737. I have no clue, and I've watched that thing land before, so yeah. Well, I'll pull it up. There you go. Don't know why it's so blurry. There, that's better. They didn't even attempt it very well. So, what on earth were they thinking? And especially when you combine that with that. I mean, now that looks actually pretty cool, but what the hell is this? Seriously, American. Seriously. And then, of course, they had to do it on a rusty 737. They couldn't have done it on a 321 or 319 or 321, or even a new 321 Neo or something. They had to do it on a rusty 737. The 737 is a rusty. It is the most rusty aircraft out there. And then combine the fact that it's rusty with the fact that it's still not fly-by-wire. How dare they? May I remind you that they have been making fly-by-wire jets for the past 50 years. Or, okay, I don't know about 50 years, but at least the past 30. They couldn't have updated that fact with the Max, really? Alright. Let's keep our speed up until we are level 10,000. And then we'll go down to 4. I gotta be honest, I don't really have any time anymore, so. But I can show you how to make deliveries though. It shouldn't be too hard to do. So. But I mean, everyone's seen my streaming go through the floor recently. Ever since I announced the move, so. If you want to go ahead and quickly install Affinity Photo, then I can show you maybe during the next leg. Mine are not very strong at all either. Alright. Actually, I'm gonna give you something to do. I'll show you. I'll show you another day. But what you should do first, though, is you should go ahead and try to mess around with Affinity Photo. See what you can do in Affinity Photo. Learn how to move objects around, learn how layers work. Learn how to physically paint stuff. Learn shapes. Just start messing around with Affinity Photo if you want to get into the stuff. Because that's the challenge. That's the challenge right there. But once you know Affinity Photo, everything freezes by. Oh, mostly, I say that with an asterisk. All the design work flows by after you. It's from Canva, in case you're curious. Software I've been using for a few months now. Trust it. Madeira traffic, aeronauts 39 Lima, reducing now speed to 50 knots. Madeira traffic. Yeah, try to make like graphics of something. Try to make learn how to do text. Yeah, just begin to mess around with the software. And then once you know the software, once you know that, then painting liveries will go by very, very quickly. I will say though, it is VRAM intensive, as with all the software in with that area. Interior traffic, aeronaut 39er Lima, further descent now altitude 4,000 feet. Interior traffic. Yeah, I know, I exceed the speed limit. Sure. We're below 10,000 now. When that's on, gonna get updated mean chart in a few minutes. Actually, we're not gonna get updated mean chart now, are we? Yeah, I'll be arriving at the worst time for that. Beginning to see the ocean, I think. You should just be able to double click on them. The MSIX files. Yeah. By the way, MSIX is a new format that they're trying to force everyone to switch over to. I think it's much more secure than MSI. So, yeah, you should just be able to double click on it. Windows should recognize it. It's the same thing as an MSI file. In case you're wondering. You're still on Windows 10. In that case, they might have a download for Windows 10. I don't know. Is there? May I ask if there's a particular reason that you're still on Windows 10? In Windows 11, it's in a good place now. Is it hardware? Is it hardware or CPU? That you're still? Is that the reason that you're still on Windows 10? Yeah, you might want to look into that. Oh, if you want to tell me your CPU, I can tell you which, or I can tell you if it's When I switched from Windows 10 to Windows 11, I gotta be honest, I didn't really notice any performance decrease. Yeah, you should be compatible. Ryzen 5 3600. Yeah, you should be compatible. I'm still on DDR4, so I'm Horizon 53600. Yeah, you're compatible. I think the 200. Johnny, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the 200s are not compatible. Actually, no. Actually, that's what I think. I think all of the Ryzen processors are compatible. It's more Intel processors that get the limits. Because in Intel, it's like you have to have 8000 series or newer. So, and all motherboards do. For CPUs that, or sorry, not all motherboards, but most motherboards. Now you might have to go ahead and re-enable it, and then also make sure that make sure that secure boot is enabled. Otherwise, you're gonna run into issues. But yeah, you should be, from my standpoint, you should be fully compatible. That also works. Madeira traffic, Aeronaut 39 Lima, reducing now, speed 190 knots. Madeira traffic. Alright, speed fully out. I'm gonna take it straight the way down to 190 now. What's the updated QNH? Oh, it is 1020. That was 930. The wind now variable at 5 knot. Clouds. The difference in the clouds. Alright, this can be interesting because it's now variable at 5 knots. So, this is the challenge that I wanted. Go flaps 1 now. This is the challenge I wanted. Variable 5 knots. With, wait, it's updating again. And then now it's a clear day for a, oh wait, no. Now it's 110 degrees, 3 knots. Great. 110 at 3, view at 1000, and then new temperatures 2, 3. I'm going to do something now. I'm going to go ahead and activate the approach phase, and that'll give me the RNAV indicators. Madeira traffic, Aeronaut 39 Lima, further descent, now altitude 3,000 feet to Madeira traffic. I know, I'm very well aware that I'll have to hold 3,000 for a bit. There we go. Still can't see the field very well. Oh, actually, that's because that's over there. Got over there. Got nothing. Oh, no, that's why. Actually, I'm gonna take the flaps away for right now, so I could use the fuel. Alright, we're low. That's fine with these clouds. These clouds certainly are not ideal. It's becoming scattered at 15. I can very much see that. So I don't know it's going to be over there. I can begin to see some land. Okay, yeah, you have to create an account Canva, I think. Um, but it's fine. I mean, send it. I mean, send it to your real email address. But I don't get any spam from them. So, and respectfully, there's about 15,000 other companies that'll give you more shit. So. Oh. Yeah. In that case, there might be a Windows 10 download. But then there's also other applications. I'm sure John could give you a few. I think GIMP's another good one. Affinity just is the one that I use. And it does alright. Madeira traffic, Aeronaut 39 Lima, entering into RNAV Zulu approach runway 05 at Pillam. Madeira traffic. Alright, go flaps 1. Actually, go flaps 1 now. Go ahead and tell this it's cleared the approach. Then I'll take it by hand the second I get the field in sight. Nor reduce most of our speed. Yeah, I went. 528. Should be at 2,000. There. Put it in right. Yeah, it should be at 2,000. That. There. 528. Your traffic, you're on 39 Lima, reducing speed 170 knots for now. Madeira traffic.
2,500.
Noted. I'm gonna see some stuff. Minutes. Maintain 2,000 till 26. Field in sight. Field in sight. Flaps 2. I still got it in sight. I still got it. They're fine. And look at that, sun's already up here. Can't wait to see the messages for work starting in 3 hours. Madeira traffic, you're not 39 Lima, reducing speed 160 knots for now. We will reduce to final speed in a few moments. Madeira traffic. Let's go flaps 3 now. Grind spoiler's arm. Go ahead and get the gear down now, actually. Let's get fully configured. Final, well, it'll tell me final approach speed. Should be 138 knots. This is better visibility. Okay. But then it also allows you to make those exit note whatevers. Which, just to say, you guys on X-Plane need a serious upgrade. You guys need like an FSLTL level upgrade. Or maybe someone should figure out a way to convert what FSLTL already has for X-Plane. Then send it over to FSLTL and tell them add this to their website. Madeira traffic, aeronaut 39er Lima, reducing speed. I'm sorry, reducing that final part speed. Madeira traffic. That doesn't surprise me. That really does not surprise me. Actually, all your visuals need a serious upgrade. Laminar needs to fix the visuals for their next big version of X-Plane. Alright, so by hand in 5, 4, 3. Actually, no. Oh, wait a minute. So I will say X-Plane is more stable than MSFS when it comes to visuals and consistent frames. Take this over by hand. Now. My controls. Fully configured. Final call Madeira traffic, aeronaut 39er Lima, visual approach, or sorry, visual now runway, 05. Madeira traffic. I know we're not technically visual, but that's fine. My lights just flickered for the first time in ages. We don't usually have power issues here. I think that's just flickered for the first time I've seen them flicker in a while. Alright. Now we're getting it.
Terrain ahead. Pull up.
We're fine.
Terrain
I forgot to
ahead.
disable that
Pull
warning.
up.
I forgot to disable that warning. That was my fault. Runway in sight.
1,000.
Noted.
100 above.
Continue.
Minimum.
Continue.
$500. $100.
Too low. Terrain.
20. Retard.
Perfect. Now it's right in the touchdown markers as well. That was perfectly in the touchdown markers. That was a nice landing, actually. Mid-year traffic, or not, 3-9 early, I'm not clear the runway, taxi and parking. Mid-year traffic. Alright, so all in all, that should be a 10, easy. It should easily be a 10. 3, 2, 1. Trophies off. If only we had a replay mode for that. It would be fun to look at to watch the landings. We'll take Alpha 1-0 here. GSX, you're gonna guide me in or not? That's fine, we'll take Alpha 9. Or find Alpha 7. Default scenery here is pretty damn good. .319 is easily the best Airbus out there. Okay, maybe the 321 beats it slightly. Parking brake set. AP is available. Shut down both engines. Turn all lights off. It's off. Close flight.
The boarding requested.
Parked a bit too far. What do you mean? No, I didn't park far enough. It's really the correct answer. The lines are there. Alright, what was the damage? It was a 10. Perfect. It was a nice 10. great touchdown is on center line as well. 10 grand. Nice.
Passengers bus is coming.
Nice. Alright. We're gonna make our way up to Gibraltar, then I'm gonna be back to bed. Now, for this next one, I'm going to go ahead and quickly go into Phoenix. Make a booking. I added a 319.
Passengers deboarding starting.
I did. Good. An extra, because it's Gibraltar, because this thing did a pretty poor job. Yeah, I'll add 5 tons extra fuel. Oh no, yeah, I'll just override it in SimBrief. I'll just override it in SimBrief in a few minutes. Great booking. SimBrief, new flight. Does as an aeronaut makes them lazy. Departure from flight. Is there a 319 right now at Madeira? No, there's an A320 though. There's an A319 down here, but nothing at Gibraltar. Whatever. Pre-flight. Departure. No flight. Let me just go ahead and pre-file this on Vatsim. Done. Alright, I reckon we can be out of here in about 10 minutes or so. I'm gonna go ahead and throw the brake fan on because I don't know how good it is. Or how hot those brakes are. Import next flight. Actually, I'm gonna reset all until this to fuck off. Load aircraft fast. That works. In the meantime, what we can do is we can take that off We can also. Oh, we have to. No, I'll leave the APU up for right now. We can take the airframe for a minute. Switch this to all. Tara, good. Alright. And to request. Wind. Get the wind now before I forget. No, I'm gonna turn off the train radar. Just because I don't need it. Clears the ND a little. Flight number X-ray November Oscar 39 Lima. What did Simbrief give me as a cost index for this one? Cost index of 20. Cruising 340. Alright. Flight plan. Departure runway 05. And what is our departure out of Madeira? We are on the Degen 1 Echo departure. Now, what does that look like? That's a nice, easy departure. That's a very nice and easy departure. Let's go and get our takeoff performance in then. Those numbers work. Flaps 1, assume temp 67, 128, 128, 131. Alright, those numbers all good now. I have to wonder. I'm curious about something. Services. UI. That's fine. I just don't want to. I only want to use GSX for parking and for whatchamacallit. I don't exactly want GSX to be loading it or to be disabling everything. Or sorry, you know what I mean. Save. It's fine. Timings. Fine, that works. Then that also brings me to over to pushback. Is there a way for me to speed up the pushback system in terms of connecting it and everything? Don't know if there is.
Passengers bus is coming.
Ignore icing condition and pushback. Yeah, that all works. Control the pushback tuck speed. We are already fully loaded. That was fast. That was very, very fast. Oh wait, you said it just changed it. But no, it should, because this is separate. So I don't know. All right, well we're essentially ready to go now. Fuel. Is your fuel at 54.8?
Passengers deboarding starting.
JSX, fuck off. Don't need to sit. Actually, boss it, put this in. Push back in departure. Or not. I wonder if there's a setting to disable GSX. Or just to disable the, I'll have to look into it later. Alright, anyway, our center of gravity is 27.8. Sorry, no, 29.7. Alright. I'd say we're actually good to go now.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Good. I've been ready for a minute or so now. Again, I haven't. Madeira traffic, Aeronaut 39er Lima, stand Alpha 07. Push and start. Expecting
Departure
05
checks
departure.
completed. Bypass pin insert.
Madeira traffic.
Yeah, no, just for information, 2-3 is in use in real life.
Alright, thank you. We will go ahead and switch to that runway then.
Madeira traffic orange 1 out alpha, stead alpha 1-2 for push and start.
Locking gear.
Alright, I'll go ahead and change it. Don't think I've ever done a 2-3 departure out of here. Eight, 2, 3. Ski. Insert. Nose left tail. Tail right.
Release parking brakes, please.
Bring brakes release.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Mission start. And I'll run. I'll get those updated performance data in a moment. Get number 2 first now. These are turning that way. Always can go inboard engine first. At least that's the standard procedure I use. 128128128131.
Please set parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Unlocking gear.
Take that is basically the same. And I'll go ahead and wait for this TUI jet in front. Or no, what? Oh, they're in a rusty 737. Gonna have to get a runway inspection after.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Take number 1 now.
Left is clear, right is clear.
Alright, and so in terms of what this updated, whatchamacallit looks like, still the same, except at or above 4,000 there. So we will have to back taxi, but that's a non-issue. We'll back taxi, we'll back taxi the second that this TUI goes. Hang on, are there really 2 back taxi areas? That's interesting. Because we always make an effort to get off by Bravo here. That is interesting. Alright, we are going to have a slight delay. Up to 360. Sorry, no, 340. Start new sky. Those lights taxi, or going to turn off lights on. And we will go ahead and wait for this guy. Flaps 1. Alright, just waiting for TUI.
Air traffic orange 1 at Alpha, taxi 1 at Bravo, 1 way to 3.
Inventory traffic aeronaut 39er Lima, taxiing Bravo up behind the TUI jet in front. For runway 23, inventory traffic. On the Grand Spoilers. Autobrick Max.
Air traffic orange 1 at Alpha, back to runway 05 for runway 23.
I should try to get a 777 out of here one of these days. In Madeira traffic, you're not 39 early. I'm just gonna hold for departing traffic. And once that departing traffic takes off, then we'll go ahead and back taxi runway 23. Madeira traffic. Good to the parking brake right now. Oh, he's taking the easy one. We're gonna go full length because that's what SimBrief did the calculations with. I need some head tracking software, I think. APU off.
Clear traffic orange, 1 at Alpha, take off runway 23, Dakin, 1 whiskey departure.
In Madeira traffic, you're not 39 Lima behind departing 737 in front. Back taxiing runway 23, Madeira traffic. Oh, this thing's heavy now. You know what we need to do one of these days? We really need to do a Baltimore to Heathrow one of these days.
Clear traffic orange, 1 at Alpha, Alpha airborne, passing 1,200 feet.
I am very thoroughly missing them. I'll take the one that's further down here. That'd be the best option for me. I've never been to this side of Madeira before. It's interesting. Also interesting how there's no lines down here. Oh, I booked that flight. Then I never opened up Pegasus. Shit. Oh, damn it. Whatever. I can't start the flight once I've already started the engines. So, you I have to give up on this one then. Whatever. Alright, I will look into that in a few minutes. Mid-year traffic, you're not 39 Lima, taking off now runway 23 on a Dugu 1 whiskey departure. Mid-year traffic. Just got started. And flex 67 SRS screen, auto thrust blue. Damn, this thing's heavy. 100 knots. Rotate. Oh, that's right here. We are supposed to be at 4,000, that or above 4,000 there. So. Flaps away. Madeira traffic, you're now 39 Lima, airborne passing 2,400 feet. Madeira traffic. I don't know what it's doing here. Madeira traffic, you're not 39er Lima, climbing now level 340. Madeira traffic. Alright, 650 miles. Estimating to be there around, to be at Gibraltar around 8. Bit on the late side, but okay. It's fine. 650 miles to go. Alright. What of you? Just to say it, what of you? Alright, so we're gonna have to do some pilot waypoints into Madeira here soon. But I'll wait off on those for at least the next half an hour. Yeah, we'll wait off on any arrival information for Gibraltar for at least the next half an hour. In case of diversion for Gibraltar, we're going to Faro. Just make that crystal clear. We get a Faro in case we need to divert for any reason. Alright, passing 10,000, go landing it off. Any direct waypoints I can take because we are we're actually only estimating 5.0 for fuel, which is not ideal. Right, so he's headed up to. Damn, that 737 has a long flight. He's headed up to Schiphol. Damn. And we're headed off to Gibraltar. There is actually a very clear direct waypoint we can take. And that's from Dugun to see, there's a very clear direct waypoint we can take from D-Gun to Ortop. Oh, we got plenty of time. We got plenty of time. I actually don't know why the brakes are saying they're warm now. I mean, we had the brake fan on the entire time. And if they were hot, I mean, if they were hot, then they would have been hot on the ground as well. I'm gonna go ahead and quickly pay for software, and then I can tell Seb that we can begin working with that API after I cancel my flight.
Madeira traffic at Porto.
Alright, let's see. Orwell. One second, I'll be back with everyone. Alright, let me just go ahead and send Seb a message saying then Seb can begin development, or can begin further development. With Baltimore Group. So. For right now, the Baltimore Air Group website is down, in case anyone's curious. And the reason that it's down is because I don't think we're going to continue with the development of what we were calling open A cars. It just doesn't make sense for us to continue development, not when VAMIS is out there. Yeah, you know what I'm gonna do. I have an image somewhere. You know, I have to find it real quickly. Give me a second to open it up in Infinity Photo. It's this photo here. One that everyone should recognize from the, yeah, one that everyone should recognize. Some people might already know what I'm doing. Not now. Just a little bit of channel branding. Don't mind me just doing a little bit of channel branding. Gonna get a good font. And that's not bad. Let's see. That's also not bad. to be honest, it doesn't really need that much, or anything in particular, or it doesn't really need that too much, to be honest. Now a white mark. No, that's too short. I'd like to make that white, but background just doesn't work for it. That works. That works. Now the question before you do that. Oh, I think I'm gonna crop that. You're not having any fun anymore, really. I'm gonna shave that. Oh. Oh. Come on. There's nothing wrong with the 777. I need a line that'll help me out. Before I crop it, I need a line right in the middle. I'm gonna say that this here is the center of that. I'm not used to this. It's been so long since I last used Definitive Photo. It's been like 3 months, or like it's been like a month and a half. The issue is that I need to take out a little bit from over here. That's the issue. That'll work. Document. export this. Selection area. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Now I can go ahead and add that later. And I can go ahead and add that to the channel, whatever. Is 340 the highest we're gonna go, or do we have a step climb? Optimum is 360. We're gonna take a climb up to 360. And then we're also gonna go direct now to Porto. Now that's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, I get annoyed if it begins to annoy me if it looks like it's supposed to be centered, but then you realize it's not centered. That's when it gets to me. Alright, our new ETA for Gibraltar is 12:02 Zulu. So that's in, okay, actually, that's not bad. That's 8. Alright, let me just go upload that to the channel. Mm. YouTube, why do you have to be like this, YouTube? Alright, done. Everyone should see a difference here watching on TV, where it says the 777 rules the world at the top. Is there a center coming on? There's Lima Papa Charlie East. They don't really cover. I mean, they do technically cover us, but not really. And actually, no, they won't cover us because we're going direct to our top. So no, we will not be getting any ATC coverage by the looks of it. Alright, I'll wait about another 5-10 minutes, but then we begin preparing for our descent into Gibraltar. So once again, we're gonna try hard not to violate Spanish airspace. Which, if it's gonna be a 2-7 day, then it'll be a lot easier. Oh, look at that. Simbrief is not dealing me anymore. No ADC delay required. Sure, no ADC required. How many frames? Surely I've got to be getting solid 60. Oh yeah. Look at those frames. Perfect. I will say, ever since I enabled rebar, my frames have been a lot better. So rebar on AMD is very necessary. And I think it has linked to do with the memory. But it's gone from very, very stuttery to about as smooth as it gets. Then of course the whole thing is capped at 60. And then FreeSync is working its magic. James, I see you're in the rusty 737. It's a bit rusty, don't you think? Especially since you're in the really, really rusty run. You're in... It's a really, really rusty run. It's the actual one from 50 years ago. We all joke about the rest of the 737s being from 50 years ago because the airframe hasn't really changed. But it is not state of the art. Come on. Come on. It's rusty. Alright, we'll begin our descent planning in about 2 minutes, so I'm just waiting for the METARs to update. Simply waiting for the METARs to update, then we'll begin to plan out all of our pilot waypoints and see if I remember how to do everything correctly, which I should. It hasn't been too long. And then just the plan for the rest of the week. Probably won't see anything out of me until probably Sunday. So. Has FMC therefore state of the art. Wow. I don't think that's what state of the art means. I think an FMC is kind of a basic requirement now. So, but anyway, I think I'm planning for maybe a stream Sunday night. Not really planning for anything else too significant for the rest of the week. I think tonight it's probably not gonna. I mean, we'll see how I am tonight. But I mean, I'll probably get a video out though within the next few days. And then I have some T1. I have some T1 work that I have to do. Then we have, yeah, and then we're into next week at that point in time. I'm gonna have 2 videos done by the end of the weekend though. One of them is going to be setup tour. The other one is a current setup tour anyway. And then the other one is going to be have multiple push to talk buttons for VATSIM. Because now I have 4. And they've all been reliable. So anyway, I'll have those coming out probably Mondays going forward, or either Mondays or Fridays, something like that going forward. And I'll aim to have a short. I still need to finish editing Across the Pond. The actual one. The not there, not one. I've decided I'm gonna leave that one as is, I think. Though if David were to give me permission, I may or may not do it. Probably not gonna do it though. That was a fun event, and I had no issue streaming it, but. Ooh, Faro Ground's coming online. We could divert to Faro. We're not going to. Right. Anyway, time for some descent planning. What is the METAR for Gibraltar? .270 degrees, 13 knots. So on the bright side, we'll probably land. On the bright side, our landing performance should be pretty good. The downside is that it's going to be 270, which is fine, unfortunately. Alright, is there any instructions VFR-wise? That's SRA range 27. Then it's visual right the way down. Let me just check the visibility before we continue on the flight. Oh, we're fine. Visibility's fine. Alright, so SRA runway 27. See here. JB doesn't have it in. I do not, which means you have to build it. That works. Now, does this chart give me anything in terms of guidance there? It does. So Yankee Alright, actually that works out. That helps out a lot. So go. So essentially, I guess in a weird sense, this is going to be we're going to build our own RNAV approach, I guess. In its own sense, anyway. And what's our final waypoint? Oh, great, we're going to have to build out all this then. To build out all this. Damn it. Alright. Well, that's fine. Alright, so in terms of what I need to build out, so from runway to so from 7 I need to build out Golf Bravo 273 3 miles, then Golf Bravo 275, so that's sorry, and that's 5 miles, then Golf Bravo 276, which is 5 miles, then Golf Bravo 270, 10 miles, and all that's on a heading of alright, so that's on a heading of 268. No, sorry, 088. And then from this waypoint, let me say we come out 5 miles, and then we can go direct. Or, yeah, let's go. Yeah. So from Golf Bravo 270, go. Let's call it 7 miles. Damn it, pen's failing on me. It's a shitty pen. Call that one left base. So Lima. I need a different pen. Call that left base. Call that 7 miles. That'll be on a heading of what's 088. Actually, there's my mental additions screwing me over. So that'll be on a heading of 002 then. And then we can probably just go direct from Solvis. And I'll try to be, and then I'll put in the altitudes in a little bit. Alright, time to start loading these. Data. Pilot waypoints. Alright, so that is going to be call this one Golf Bravo 273. Nice. Golf Bravo 273. That'll be LX GB 27 on a heading of 088. That'll be 3 miles. Store. Oh shit, I completely mucked that up. Or did I? No, I didn't. New waypoint. XGB. Or, 27088. 5 miles. And then we are calling that Golf Bravo 275. That makes sense. To be honest, Joanna, I need to sit down and play around with that. But Grumpy told me that that my route, my Heathrow to Baltimore route was somehow the second most flown route, which surprised the hell out of me. Alright. Golf Bravo 276. Right, Deluxe GP. 27 on a heading. Damn, that's interesting because I haven't flown it at all in like the past month or so. That's 088. 6 miles. What do you mean not in database? Oh. That's annoying. I'm gonna have to type all that out again. GB 8 6 new right, Golf Bravo 270, and that is good. be 27088. 10 miles. Store. And then now I just need a base. And that's going to be Golf Bravo Lima Bravo 7. And that is going to be from Golf Bravo 270. Makes sense. So. But still, the second most flown route. Sorry, yeah, the second most flown route of the past 30 days. That's impressive. Just means people haven't been flying them. I would assume it would be something else. Golf Bravo 270. And it's going to be on a heading of 002 and then 7 miles. Alright, now I can begin adding all these to the flight plan. So the next waypoint is going to be the base. Lima Bravo 7. And then after that, it is Golf Bravo 270. Golf Bravo 276. Golf Bravo 275. Golf Bravo 273. And then two 7. Alright, so now, if I'm not mistaken, hopefully I didn't muck this up. Don't think I did. Okay, I mucked up that one. Yeah, I mucked up that. I mucked up that one. No, that's one. I'll go ahead and place it. But everything else is looking good. Everything else is accurate. Don't know why it's doing a weird loop there. But it's all accurate. Aside from that. But I'll go ahead and just I'll create the opposite of that. So Golf Bravo Romeo Bravo 7. And then it'll be fixed. Bravo Romeo Bravo 7. Oh yeah, I can see how I messed that up now. That'll be 272 degrees then. Golf Bravo 2. 270. 272. Sorry, no. 182 is what it'll be. I can't type. Distance of 7 miles. Store. Golf Bravo Romeo. Bravo 7. There we go. Perfect. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I don't know why it's doing that, but at that point in time, we need to take it over by hand fly it down. Which, at 3 miles, we should be able to do. Alright, and then at 5 miles, we should be at an altitude of 1,000. Yeah, actually, this is perfect. So we should be at 920. At 273. No. No, it should be altitude 0920. There we go. And then 15 should be 1520. For 5. Alright, there we go. There we go. And then at 10, I'm going to say we should be... What does it say for 10? It doesn't really say anything at 10. I'm going to go 2,500 at 10. And we'll maintain speed 1. So we'll go speed 170 at 270, right? Sorry, yeah. Go 170 by that point in time. And then we'll go final by 275. So that works. Alright. We have this all planned out now. The one question I have is why is that being a little weird on that front? Not even to that, it's this. That's my question. 273, 275, 276. Don't know why it's being weird. But it does clearly notice it though. So, alright. Anyway, that gives us a top descent in 11 minutes. Good timing to finish this up. Alright. So now for the weather for Gibraltar. Wind at 270 degrees, 13 knots. UNH 1018. And I'm gonna say we need to have the field in sight by 3,000 feet. That's what I'm gonna put in as a borrow. We'll go flaps 3 for this one, and we'll run the performance data in a moment. Temperature 26. No, it's not stupidly hot right now. Alright, there we go. Alright, what's the performance data looking like? Yep, max manual. Landing not authorized for medium. It is a max manual landing. Total platform. Alright. It's only a. It's the same length as Bristol. It's a 5,900 foot runway. It's the same length as Bristol. Theoretically, I could get a triple out of Gibraltar, but I don't think. I think it would probably take up all the space in the airfield, to be honest. But theoretically speaking, I could probably get a 777 out of Gibraltar just fine. Now the question of is there space for everyone else? Now that's the issue with that one. Yeah, especially like a light loaded triple. Like, yeah, a light loaded triple, maybe going only as far as like only as far as like Lisbon or even Faro. Could probably actually easily get off at Gibraltar. Now the question of do we violate any airspace is. Now that's a different question. We will. So, did you guys see the the Qatari 777 low pass? What do you mean like? What do you mean a classic aircraft? Is the 777 not a classic aircraft? Is the 319 not a classic? But yeah, I could guarantee you I can get, you know, we might try it. Oh, we've done that. We've been doing that a fair amount. We've been doing that a fair amount. We've been flying the PA-28 a fair amount recently. So does this give me... Actually, that's give me a minimum value of 920. Yeah, no, we've been flying the PA-28 around a fair amount recently. I need to go ahead and do my thing with that. My next flying lesson, which is a self-study. So screw the 707. I will happily take a 757 or 767. We'll look into them. We'll look into them. In case it wasn't obvious, this is the final leg for the night, by the way. So I need to get at least an extra hour or so of sleep. Alright, so most flown routes out there for aeronaut. So Heathrow to Eddie, number 1 at 108. Gatwick and Eddie, 102. Manchester and Gatwick, 81. Bristol and Eddie, 79. Then Heathrow and Baltimore, 62. So we're number 5. That's very high. I have no clue what that aircraft is. Not gonna lie, I have no clue what that aircraft is. Oh, was it? My bad. My aviation history ends with the Concorde. Or sure. Yeah, with the Concorde. I mean, early days of the Concorde, that's about as far as my aviation knowledge really goes. Descend now. Oh, yeah, that's a mistake that will never be repeated again. Alright. Gibraltar traffic, aeronaut 39 early, I'm going to begin descent now. Flight level 200 initially, Gibraltar traffic. Maintain a good rate of descent. Yeah, that is fair. That's fair. It's not a matter of do you make the mistakes, it's a matter of do you learn from them. And with early technology, you're going to make mistakes. And some of them you won't find out for a very long time, so. Yeah. There's a few instances of that, isn't there? Yeah, well, don't worry, I have officially decided to move to Manchester. That's the area that I'm going to be settling in the UK. In case anyone's curious. So hopefully I should learn a lot more about that. And the reason why it's Manchester is because the cost of living is still not bad. It's not bad in Manchester. Yet the job market's there. Could probably get a place to rent. Well, I can get a place to rent pretty cheaply, or relatively affordably. And then the public transportation is built out significantly better than everything else. So, well, everything but London. And I'm not really considering Scotland as an option right now because, from my understanding, I'm going to have a significant language barrier on that front. But we'll see how Manchester goes. I'll stay for Manchester. I'll stay in Manny for a year. So. Probably. Like, you guys are the #1 creators of Independence Days, right? Yeah, I know they speak English in Scotland. It's a matter of, can I understand it? Then also, there's another factor of, okay, I moved to Scotland, but what's the public transport like? So. Don't worry, we have a big one coming up. That's turned into a total disaster. We have a big one coming up here in the U.S. That's turned into an absolute shit show by the looks of it. Going 2 years ago, I flew over to the UK on our Independence Day, and I'm serious about that. First time back in the UK for like 10 years. Since I was tiny. We flew on July 4th. Gibraltar traffic, aeronaut 39 Lima, further descent now, flight level 100. Gibraltar traffic. And the first thing I saw was I know. Not only that, but it's not wrong bloody country there, mate. And why would you guys celebrate a war that you lost? I'm gonna get very political here when I say this, but the issue with the U.S. or Trump is not the issue here in the U.S. He's a symptom of our issue. The issue is that we have described beautifully idiots. Our education system in the past 50 years has gone through the floor, and so now we just have a bunch of idiots, and these idiots don't really know the difference between a little communism, yeah, they don't really know the difference between communism and a well-built out society with regulations. But anyway, then there's that, and then also there's this wide belief that here in the U.S. we're gonna put our profits above anyone else, and we gotta change that idea. Right, so it's not just systematic changes that need to be made here in the U.S. We need to. We have some bigger changes that need to be made. We need to start changing people's minds, which is very hard when you have someone like when you have a news outlet like Fox News, which has been able to brainwash the U.S. or half the U.S. Then sure. So yeah, I know it's happening everywhere, but it's very much more apparent here in the U.S. So yeah, I don't know what the fuck your news is like right now. To be honest, I've kind of stopped watching the news. To be honest. I mean, I'll happily open up the BBC, just to check in on things, politically wise. But I'll pay attention more to the data, not necessarily the opinions. No. So when Strummer decided to leave, I mean, I have no clue what the BBC stance is on Strummer leaving. I mean, I have my views on Strummer leaving, but I have no clue what BBC's is like. So, but I used to be the person who used to watch MSNBC, which is extremely far left here in the U.S. Far left, really more center, to be honest. And it would, I mean, how do I say this? And I mean, the amount of things that MSNBC promised was, or were saying or insisting was going to happen. It was ridiculous. I mean, they were insistent that Harris would win the election. The truth is, Harris never stood a chance. They were insistent that Trump was going to be in prison by the 2024 election. That never happened. They were insistent on all these things, and it gave a lot of people false hope. A lot of false hope as well. So, and that's kind of partially where I started the channel out of. So I started the channel not long after that election. So I think we found out the news. I think it's the second week, if I'm correctly. I think I started the channel that Thanksgiving weekend, if I'm not mistaken. So like by the end of the month. I see the field, barely, but I see it. Visibility's fine. Gibraltar traffic, Aeronaut 39 Arlena is currently in about a 40-mile downwind for runway 27. Gibraltar traffic. Just to be crystal clear about my thoughts about Strummer leaving, by the way. I think it was a good move. I don't know what Burnham's like, but Shermer, particularly when it's come to Trump, has been quite weak in my opinion. That's my opinion, though. Then also, and I hate to get Brexit involved in all this, but from the Brexit standpoint, I mean, he certainly made a lot of good moves in that direction, but the truth is, you guys got to rejoin. So, I mean, there's really just no other way. I know it's painful to hear, but you guys just gotta bite the bullet. So. Yeah, I know there's a lot of work that needs to be done before you guys can rejoin, but the writing's on the wall. And obviously you guys can't rejoin right now, but within like the next 5 to 10 years, it needs to be a major consideration. So. To all parties. That's a good point. So. Gibraltar traffic, Aeronaut 39er Lima, descending now altitude 5,000 feet. Still 30 miles base runway 27. Gibraltar traffic. Yeah, well, still, I know it is difficult, and I know that right now it's not very possible, but my position still stands. The writing's on the wall. But you guys got to deal with the Farage first. But yeah, I see your point, though. Then also, like, put it in somewhere saying that it takes a lot. So, put it in somewhere that says it's going to take a massive amount of work to leave again. So. Yeah. Anyway, let's focus on landing. Alright, landing lights on. Get everything else on. Attending good rate of descent. Even though we're gonna level off in a minute. So. There it is. Not a cloud between here and the airport. Right. Any updated QNH by chance? QNH still 1018. Let's take our speed down to 220 now. Gibraltar traffic, Aeronaut 39 on Lima, descending now altitude 2,500 feet. Current, about to make our base turn for runway 27, Gibraltar traffic. Lights are on. Gonna get some auto brake over nothing. Taking flaps 3. Yeah. Okay, I never understood the idea of immigration ever being a bad thing. Right, I mean, I never really understood that. Just from my standpoint, as long as you're doing it with the right intentions, it's fine. I don't have an issue. I don't have an issue if someone from Mexico wants to come live next to me. I don't have an issue with that. I mean, as long as they're paying taxes. In Gibraltar traffic, Aeronaut 39 Lima, reducing now speed 180 knots. Gibraltar traffic. Fair. I'm gonna put the speed brake now. Getting the gear down here might not be a bad idea. And I understand the idea that, okay, they haven't been paying taxes, but the second they get here, they pay taxes. I don't have an issue with it. So, and make no mistake, I am not the most I'm not the most educated person in the world. Make no mistake on that front.
100 above. Minimum.
Runway's in sight, so we're fine. Minimum continue. Speed now 160 knots. Yeah, I am not the most educated person by any means. I mean, I have a high school diploma. I have 30 credits for an associate's degree that I stopped working on. And that's it. Gibraltar traffic, Aeronaut 39 Lima, turning final now, runway 27, 10 miles. Probably final call prior to landing Gibraltar traffic. It's up. Good timing. Take it down to 1500. Get the gear down once we actually turn final. I know, right? Alright. Visual approach my ass. We set this up properly. Go flaps 3. Gear down now. Now at 3 miles, I do need to caution the fact that usually this is not the most accurate in the world, so we have to do a slight side step. That's fine. Landing checklist complete. Yeah, I can see the side step right now. That's fine. That's not going badly. Did you see that I did buy the I did purchase the subscription for whatchamacallit. So we can to build out further. And then when it comes to the European routes, I'm gonna reset all those. And I'll build out something proper. Just been adding them as I fly them. Then I forget to start the flight, because you have to start the flight before the engines go on with a VAM assist. Alright. Final approach speed, please. Curious what this thing's gonna do in a moment. Final call, Gibraltar traffic, Aeronaut 39er Lima, short final, runway 27. Final call, Gibraltar traffic. Getting over 6 miles, but that's not the issue. Right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My controls. Have a slight sidestep we have to make here. I'm not surprised by that though. Happened the past few times. We've been here. Should be at about 900 there, but so we are a little high. Noted. Thank you. We aren't very established and final now, are we? There we go, now we're looking better. That's firm, but that's always firm. It's always firm into Gibraltar. Rather be firm in where we need to be than not. New Sky might flag it as challenging conditions as well, because it was a 20 knot wind. Alright, brake fan on. Gibraltar traffic, Aeronaut 39er Lima, back taxiing now, runway 0927. Gibraltar traffic. That approach was a bit messy though, but it's fine. And I forgot just how much this really needs in terms of power to taxi. Because these are the IAE engines, not the CFMs. Alright, how much fuel did we arrive with? $47.50. That's a bit lower than I wanted. Usually my minimum in this thing is about will be about 4 tons. Sorry, about 5 tons. That's like my bare minimum. Default Gibraltar scenery looks really good. No rusty 737s. That's my only request. Gibraltar traffic. You're not 39 Lima now parked and clear the runway. Gibraltar traffic. My question is, why do they have a heavy tow here at an airport that does not support heavies? So. No rusties. That's what you just said. I should have gotten the AP running. Now you have to sit here with an engine on for a moment. Whilst you clean up the airframe. I'm gonna take that shut down for number 1 though. Oh yeah. So Fry was part of the VA, but then I decided, you know what, not anymore. So, and that's all I'll say about that. I will also say that he was very respectful about it. So. Oh, about Vamesis. Yeah. Yeah, we're switching over to Vamesis. Yeah, we went through that. DP available now. DP will say available up here, but you should always check that it is down here. There we go. Wait a second for those engines to turn off. Shrubby's off. Beacon's off. I'm gonna guess 9.5
The boarding requested.
at best. 9.97. 9.97. Challenging conditions. Just a little bit hard on the landing, but you know that landing is fine. Nothing wrong with that landing. I'm curious, what did it log me in as when it came to the landing? Oh, beautifully in the touchdown markers. Beautifully in the touchdown markers.
Passengers bus is coming.
Now, that approach though was a little messy. So you don't really get much better than that when it comes to Gibraltar, now do you? Alright, well, anyway, we were going to do a third leg. I'm not going to do a third leg. It is...
Passengers deboarding starting.
It is currently 8 a.m. here, here on the east coast of the U.S. I'd like to be able to get a few more minutes sleep I also need to fix the brakes on the bike again, which is getting annoying. So on that note, that is going to do it for me for this morning. Thank you all so much for tuning in. There'll probably not be a stream tonight. I guess probably Sunday for the next one. Gonna work on a few other things. Gonna try to have a video up by the end of tomorrow. Probably a setup tour, to be honest. But anyway, thank you all so much for tuning in. An absolute blast, and I will see you all in the next one. So long.